I'd like to call this meeting to order this morning. I'd like to apologize for our late start to our audience. We had a committee meeting with some documentation that had to be approved by council, but to get it approved by council, it had to come to council through committee. It's year end for the provincial government, and sometimes that imposes timelines. So again, my apologies. As we gathered this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of council and our community that we are meeting on traditional territory of the First Nations. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history. We are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who've taken care of this land for thousands of years. Could you please stand for a moment of silent reflection?
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Mr. Kelly, could you conduct roll call, please? Oh, I'm sorry. Could the clerk conduct roll call, please?
Thank you, Warden. Good morning. Councillor Bennett.
Here.
Councillor Brose.
Present.
Councillor Doncaster.
Here.
Councillor Donahue.
Here.
Warden Emo.
Present.
Councillor Giardini.
Present.
Councillor Grills.
Here.
Councillor Yon.
Here.
Councillor Lynch.
Here.
Councillor McKenzie.
Present.
Councillor Mayville.
Present.
Councillor Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Nicholson.
Present.
Councillor Service.
Present.
Councillor Watt. Councillor Weir.
Here.
And Councillor Wilmer.
Present.
Warden, we have quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, could I have a mover to adopt the minutes of the February 28th, 2024 council meeting? The member from Greater Madawaska and the member from Killaloe Haggerty Richards. Questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. During the month of March, I attended 18 meetings on county business. On March the 8th, I had the opportunity to participate in the Upper Ottawa Valley Chamber of Commerce International Women's Day event. I would like to acknowledge all of our female staff and express our appreciation for your dedication and hard work. I and this chamber value the contributions that all have made. I hope that we can continue to support and uplift each other, both in and outside of our workplace. Let's celebrate the diversity and strength that each brings to the team and continue to work together towards our common goals. I enjoyed a quiet week at home during the March break, and I hope all that had vacations planned enjoyed them, whether they traveled or were able to stay and enjoy within their own backyard here in our county. On March 19th, the CEO, Craig Kelly, and I met with the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus for the afternoon to discuss the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus Regional Housing Plan, which also included a meeting with the Prime Minister's office. During this meeting, we advocated for the 7 in 7 plan, referencing that affordable rental housing and attainable rental is out of reach for so many in the region, largely because of a lack of supply. We stressed the importance of funding and the substantial investment needed, explaining that our communities have the same housing supply challenges as large cities. I look forward to our housing summit, which is scheduled for Thursday, April the 4th, at the Mattaway Centre in Renfrew, which is now known as the MyFM Centre, to discuss all these issues with the municipal and development community. The summit will strive to identify innovative opportunities, share success stories, and facilitate the development of critical relationships to grow affordable housing in the County of Renfrew. Staff have informed me that the registration has been brisk and over 100 people have registered at this point. And so we would encourage you, if you haven't had the opportunity to take a look at the agenda and then register, if you don't mind, please. Upon returning to the county that evening, CEO Kelly, Treasurer Manager of Finance Daniel Burke, and I were scheduled as a delegation at the City of Pembroke Council meeting to present the 2024 county operating budget. Within the budget presentation, we also introduced the MESA initiative. Interviews have been taking place over the last 2 weeks for the Director of Corporate Services position, and the first round will be concluded this week. We were fortunate to receive several outstanding resumes for the position. On March 21 and 22, the CAO and I were in Kingston to attend Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus planning sessions, which included strategic plans, strategic initiative framework, and additional projects analyzed to determine common themes and action items across the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus membership. Yesterday, the province released their 2024 budget, and I am encouraged by many of the items included, namely continued funding for RCV TAC, a path of funding for our new MESA program, a new $1 billion municipal housing infrastructure program that we are hopeful we are eligible to apply for, and that would be an increase in the and there's also an increase in the Housing Enabling Water and Sewer Fund that we hope also will address our small rural systems, including communal systems, and a new $200 million Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Fund that may help aging facilities in our communities. We will continue to review the impact of our ability to offer a reduced municipal property tax on new purpose-built rental properties, while awaiting the effect of the lack of update to property assessments until Ministry of Finance has completed a review of the property tax system. We will continue to advocate for our fair share of infrastructure funding, including a commitment for Highway 17 expansion to and beyond the town of Renfrew. On behalf of Council, I wish to express our sincere condolences to Councillor Giardini and the Giardini family on the passing of her mother-in-law, Concetta Giardini, who passed away on March the 2nd, 2024. We would also like to express our sincere condolences to Councillor Yon and her family on the passing of her mom, Beatrice Kuhl, who passed away on March 6th, 2024. The warm weather came early this year, along with the early snow melt and less precipitation. It's resulting in dry conditions that could offer an early fire season, as already witnessed in many of our municipalities. We are asking residents and visitors to be extremely careful with any open-air burning. And I'd like to extend our welcome to Councillor Yon. Thank you very much for joining us. It's great to see you again. Happy Easter to you and all who are celebrating this weekend. I wish you a successful and prosperous chocolate egg hunt. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. And we don't have a delegation, but we have a recognition that we'd like to proceed with. So I will call on the member from North Laguna Wilberforce, please. And while he's coming up, our guest today and Mayor Brose will expand on that in a few minutes. Lawrence Kelo was awarded with the Ontario Senior Achievement Award on February 29, 2024. The award recognizes people who have made outstanding contributions to their communities through voluntary or professional activities after the age of 65. He is known in his community as someone who has dedicated his time and energy to many causes that are close to his heart. For more than 25 years, he has helped the Rankin Recreation Association with property maintenance and fundraising. In 2016, he began volunteering with the Eganville and District Senior Citizens Needs Association as a driver for Meals on Wheels, driving twice a week to assist in reaching isolated and often at-risk seniors. In 2017, he became the chair of the Home Support Services, which is another example of his deep commitment to helping his community. So Mayor Brose, please.
Thank you, Warden. You stole some of my information already, but
You should ask Councillor Donahue about that.
it gives me great pleasure and certainly want to say well-deserved opportunity to recognize Lawrence Kelo from North Laguna Wilberforce for his many years of volunteer service to the community. And he continues to do so, as the warden has said, with his role as the chair of the Home Support Committee at the Echo Center in Eganville, and also as a driver delivering Meals on Wheels. He's also not unfamiliar with council, as he spent 28 years on municipal council, so he certainly has a history there. As the warden mentioned, he's been involved at the Rankin Community Center volunteering for over 25 years and works as a bingo caller at Bingo Country to help raise funds. And he also has over 12 years on his local church council, so certainly has invested himself very well in the community and continues to do so, and is also a great family friend. So welcome, Lawrence. Please come up to the front, and you may want to share a few words. So on behalf of the County of Renfrew, I want to present you with this plaque. I don't know if there's any comments you want to make, but you're welcome to.
Maybe we'll get a picture first, and then
Okay.
we'll do comments, if that's okay. So, James, can you just pull that off to one side, out of the way? Oh, so we'll come head out there. That's even better. If you want to head up there.
Mr. Warden, mayors, the county council, I thank you very much. This has been a whirlwind month for me. I never ever thought I'd get to Toronto to the Legislative Assembly. I never thought I'd get recognized the way I am, and I really don't think I did that much. When I started township council, it was really all you people are really volunteers. I know you get voted in and you get paid, big deal. You're still here looking towards your community. You're trying to help your community get better and so on. When I got voted out in 2014, it was a real hollow place. I didn't have any place to go. So my wife and I chatted about it, and we go to the Diners Club at Echo Center once a month, and we were asked there if we would like to volunteer driving for Meals on Wheels. So we said, yeah, we'll give it a try. And to see the looks of the people that you deliver meals to, it's very satisfying. And then I was asked to be a member of the board, and I said, sure, why not? Because I'm not doing anything else. I'll go to my farm, my maple syrup and honeybees and so on. So I've been enjoying it, and I tend to keep on going. I don't call it the bingo hall, I just work at the bingo hall. Yeah. We make roughly $30,000 a year from the bingo hall in Pembroke here, just by, there's 4 of us on a Friday, do 2-hour shift. That's very good money. You have to make a lot of sandwiches and sell them to make that kind of money. So I intend to keep on volunteering as long as I can. Keeps you going, and I thank you very much for being here, for the appreciation I'm getting from here. I really appreciate it. The last time I was in county council chambers, we had I think 31 mayors and reeves. It's a long time ago. It was 44 years ago. So I thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'm struck by you saying, "Oh, I wasn't doing very much," and it's maple syrup and honeybees and looking after the farm. So thank you. That certainly is a great example for all of us, and we certainly appreciate what you do to build our community. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Do we have any correspondence?
Thank you, Warden, and good morning. We have pieces of correspondence that, of course, have been forwarded to the committee for discussion in April. However, I'll note one piece that's being circulated, and it's important to note, especially in light of yesterday's announcement from the province. Minister Calandra, who, of course, is the Minister of Municipal Housing Affairs and Housing, has circulated a note to our Director of Community Services and other directors of community services across the province, and noted that we're meeting with Minister Fraser tomorrow, or Minister Fraser's office, who is the Federal Minister of Housing. Mr. Calandra has had it indicated to him that the federal ministry is cutting $355 million in funding that goes towards our housing supports. I'm anticipating this is because of the province's quote-unquote inability to meet their housing target, and the federal government has put action to their words that if the province wasn't able to meet the funding, then dollars would be cut from the feds. This is concerning, of course, to our Community Services Department, as this money goes towards refueling our stock, helping with renovations, helping with all things for our vulnerable population. So we are monitoring this. I know that AMO is looking for letters of support and through their networks and as it goes, but we'll bring again this correspondence to April's committee and see how it will play out. But again, this could have devastating impacts on low-income families and housing, low-income families and individuals. And I would encourage you, should you have a moment, to speak with your MP. And make them aware of what's going on, at least from our standpoint, that this will have a devastating impact on our ability to continue serving those individuals as we are the service manager. Thank you, Warden. So if I could, Warden, perhaps what I could do is circulate the letter that has been circulated to us in advance, so you're apprised of the situation, and we'll get that out to your emails today.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to receive a motion for a closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2021 as amended for the purpose of a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, and it's dealing with Renfrew County and District Health Unit. We also will be discussing a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and it'll be about transitional housing. So mover is the member from Amsden Bromley, seconder is the member from Laurentian Hills. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to rise and report with a motion, so I'll be looking for a mover and seconder. It is recommended to staff by County Council that they be directed to meet with Renfrew County and District Health Unit and Ottawa Public Health, where appropriate, to discuss shared or combined service delivery models, and that a report containing the results and recommendations be brought back to the Health Committee for consideration, understanding that the information shared, discussions, and possible recommendations in some instances may be confidential and should be treated as such. And that the warden be directed to send a letter to the Honourable Sylvia Jones, Ontario Minister of Health, to consider such conversations in the same category as has been suggested throughout the consideration of voluntary health unit mergers. Could I have a mover? The member from Bonshire Valley, seconded by the member from Amherst Bromley. And we'll have some background. Mr. Kelly, please.
Thank you, Warden, and to Council and to the public. So it is important to note, I'm just going to a bit of a narrative on this recommendation. Back in 2019, the province was looking at the 34 public health units across the province and looking for ways to create efficiencies across each health unit board, and was looking to reduce the number down to 10. At that time, in 2019, the County of Renfrew commissioned their own paper on ending hallway healthcare. It was a complete white paper on a number of different recommendations, including paramedic services and long-term care and public health. One of the key recommendations coming out of that 2019 report was to review public health unit boards and the possibility of merging, if you will, or consolidating with municipal service corporations or municipal corporations to offer services of similarity, human resource, information technology, financial, and other. Those efforts and consultations were halted when the pandemic took over public health and the rest of the world in March of 2020. But again, arose in August 2023 when Minister Jones announced that health units would be allowed to look at merging voluntarily with like-minded health units. There are movements afoot across several health units to the south and east of us to merge, and our own health unit, as per their public release last week, was looking at merger potentials. The latest was with North Bay Parry Sound. The local public health unit has since announced that they are no longer looking at that merger and looking at other potentials, and has released a very similar recommendation, as you've just heard, to discuss possibilities with the County of Renfrew and its obligated municipalities, the Township of South Algonquin and the City of Pembroke, and Ottawa Public Health on possible shared service discussions. So that's where we are today. We are, with that motion, we'll start those consultations and those discussions with our colleagues and see where things go, and a report will be brought back with our findings to Health Committee at a future date. Warden, perhaps I'll turn it back to you for further comment.
Thank you. And I'll open the floor to comments on the motion, and member from Amherst Bromley and Chair of Health Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Thank you through you to Mr. Kelly. Very pleased at the initiation, at the very least, of discussion. My concern broadly, going back to the expert panel in 2018 and then continuing through the discussion of consolidation of health units to 10 that commenced in 2019, is the local is a critical element to public health. That is the municipal. I think that was probably underscored, if indeed it had waned the notion. I think it was underscored through COVID and the incredible value of having the municipalities on board and engaged in our response to COVID. I think sometimes public health itself is kind of like a vaccine. When it's working at its best, you have no idea it's working and it doesn't seem like it's doing anything, but it keeps you from being sick. And I think likewise, it begins to ebb. Our commitment to public health, because you're not seeing it, but you're not seeing it because it's at its most effective. The local, as I said, is critical to public health, to having the community participating in this population-based health endeavor. So very pleased, at the very least, the broaching of these discussions, because I think that it is essential that we keep that local element to public health, and this is a means whereby we can do it, and I think also find some efficiencies and cost savings that will absolutely be reinvested back into public health. So very pleased to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could just add some clarity as well, when we talk about the new and reconstituted Renfrew County District Health Unit, the vision at this point, without discussion, is that it would be a board, a corporation, remain a corporation functioning with its own bylaws and its own history and procedures and procedural bylaw. It would, however, be similar to Renfrew County Housing Corporation in that it would have a standalone board that then would report through staff up to county council. The other piece that's significant for us is that it would also allow for partnerships internally. And as we've seen from the MESA initiative, where we've been able to put together a pretty impressive program by using our internal resources, and we're also going to see some things with transitional housing as we announce things in the next little while, where it's driven by using our own resources and then going out and seeking partnerships in the community. And I believe when you take a look at the history here, and especially the most recent history with the pandemic, the paramedics and the health unit worked together with regards to testing and set up the mobile sites where people drove through. That was very innovative at the time and very necessary. Otherwise, I'm not sure I'm pretty sure our health unit could not have done that. They don't have the manpower, the people power, and then when you take a look at the inoculations and the vaccine and the applications of vaccines, where there again initially it was outside a drive-through or a walk-through, so it makes sense for us to ensure that our local resources are kept local and have the ability to band together with others. One of the unofficial criteria for myself as a member of the Health Unit Board was that it had to be local and there had to be capacity. So the capacity, should we have amalgamated with Eastern Ontario Health Unit, with Ottawa in the middle, we weren't joined geographically, and so we wouldn't have to hopscotch over Ottawa. The other option was Parry Sound, North Bay, and part of the worries for myself, and I've said this a couple of times, is that I'm not sure combined we would have the resources. At some point the local knowledge would be gone and the local cooperation would be strained. And so if there was a pandemic or a situation where we had to call in all the resources, then the resources would come from the North Bay side and then also from Parry Sound. They wouldn't be driving back home every day. So you'd be housing them temporarily if you could get them here, or the same for them when our resources would be called upon from our health unit. So those were some of the issues, not the primary one, but just some of the things that we had to consider, and then also the messaging on a regular basis. The health units along the St. Lawrence, and then along and they're boundaried or split by Highway 7. There's 3 of them, as the CAO noted, who are very serious in their negotiations and have announced they're doing it, and are in speaking with some members last week. It's pretty much completed, all things being equal, unless somebody gets antsy. And they weren't really interested in us. We're quite geographically isolated, and that did not make us an attractive partner to anyone. So with that, if there's anybody else that has a comment.
sorry, Warden, the other members of the Board of Health are all, I think it should be stated that this idea of I'm going to use the word merge, for lack of a better term, with the county and, or negotiations with the county was unanimously voted upon. So I think that's a very important note from the Board of Health that there is value in looking into this since we have agreed to not merge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, County Council. And so with that, I would call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And I should note there is a position paper that we are working on right now, finishing up right now. You, as noted, have a first draft in front of you, on your screens in an email. And I would encourage you that as soon as the finished product comes to you, if you could just ditch that one that you're looking at now, we'd really appreciate it. And we'll be sharing that. It's a public document, so we'll be sharing it with our friends at the health unit, as well as the City of Pembroke and South Algonquin and anybody else that has an interest in it. And now we'll move to our committee reports, and I would like to call on the Chair of Operations, please.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of the County Council, we, your Operations Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1, monthly capital project updates. And you'll see that during the 2024 construction season, the county will be using, there'll be a link on the county's website to Zen City beginning in April, which will provide for information around upcoming projects, ongoing projects, and completed projects. Information item number 2, inspection of county structures. A request for proposal, RFP, was issued to pre-qualify firms for the inspection of County of Renfrew and Town of Petawawa structures, and the results received are listed below. And that will be a cost sharing between the County of Renfrew and the Town of Petawawa. Item number 3, winter operations. Attached is Appendix 1, 5-year summary of winter events and participation amounts, and the table that you'll see below shows the significant weather events that were declared. Item number 4, spring load restrictions. County of Renfrew Bylaw 1112, bylaw to designate the reduced load period on the county roads pertaining to spring load restrictions. Will be commencing March 1st and extended to May 31st. And those timelines are slightly different. Resolutions. Number 5, request for speed traffic studies. Resolution number OPCC 240323, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. The County Council implement a $750 fee for speed traffic review requests generated outside of the corporation of the County of Renfrew. The background is here. I would point out that the county does speed studies throughout the county, not all in the same year, but on a 5-year cycle. So if anybody is looking for speed studies, that data is available. This fee will come into context if somebody wants a point-in-time speed study done. Item number 6, County Road 62, Highway 60 realignment, resolution number OPCC 240324, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. The County Council support the Township of Madawaska Valley request for the realignment of County Road 62 and Highway 60 to a maximum upset limit of $175,000, pending approval of Madawaska Valley's application to the Connecting Links program, and the background is included here. Item number 7, municipal operator course fantastic Fanshawe College. That's a tough one, I don't know why. Resolution number OPCC 240325, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt the resolution for the development of a municipal operator course at Fanshawe College, and initiated by the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors as follows. Do I need to read this whole thing?
No, I think we're capable of reading it.
Okay, thank you for that, and the background is supported there. Number 8, Ontario, Province of Ontario Road Assumption Funding, Resolution number OPCC 240326, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council support the resolution from Lambton County requesting the Province of Ontario to upload from local municipalities the responsibility and costs associated with the continued construction, operation, and maintenance of major municipal-owned highways throughout the province of Ontario to the Ministry of Transportation, or increase the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund to municipalities, and further that the warden send a letter of support to the Honourable Pradmeet Singh Shakira, Ontario Ministry of Transportation, and the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, MPP John Yakubuski, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, and the background is there. Item number 9, Municipal Fleet Survey, Resolution number OPCC 240327, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council direct staff to move forward with incorporating white vehicles as part of their fleet for future purposes. And you'll see the background and the interest in some of the lower tier municipalities. Item number 10, PWC 2024-09, rehabilitation of county structure C012 Farquharson Culvert, resolution number OPCC 240331, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that the rehabilitation of county structure C012 Farquharson's Culvert not proceed as tendered, and further that staff continue to monitor the service life of the structure. And you can see the background there and the results, the financial results that have been provided. Bylaws. Number 11, County Road 16, Victoria Street pedestrian crossover request, Town of Petawawa. Resolution number OPCC 240328, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw designating County Road 16, Victoria Street at Wolf Avenue as a pedestrian crossover. And the background is there. Item number 12, PWCC 2024-09, rehabilitation of county structure C001, Berlanquet Creek Culvert, and C134 Campbell Drive Culvert, resolution number OPCC 240330, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the contract PWC 2024-09 submitted by Clearwater Structures Inc., Ajax, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of County Roads structure C001 located on County Road 5, Township of Edmundston, Bromley, and C134, located on Campbell Drive, Township of McNabb, Braeside, in the amount of $833,656.50 plus applicable taxes, and further that the County Council adopt a bylaw to execute the contract. Background is provided with the results of the tenders that were submitted for both of those projects, and the evaluation in the long run, or in the grand scheme of things, is combined those two projects come in slightly under budget. Item number 13, PWC 2024-10, rehabilitation of county structure C204 Bellows Creek Culvert, resolution number OPCC 240332, moved by chair, seconded by committee. The County Council approved contract PWC 2024-10 as submitted by Premier North Limited, Huntsville, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of county structure C204 located on County Road 12, approximately 4.5 kilometers east of County Road 21, Township of Whitewater Region, in the amount of $963,752 plus applicable taxes, and further the County Council adopt a bylaw to execute the contract. You'll see the results of the tenders and the financial implications. Once again, slightly under budget. Item number 14, contract PWO 2023-03, payment marking contract extension, resolution number OPCC 240333, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve contract PWO 2023-03 for pavement marking as submitted by Trillium Pavement Marking, Carleton Place, Ontario, dated March 21st, 2023, for an additional year, 2024, in the amount of $690,471.23 plus applicable taxes, and further the County Council adopt a bylaw to execute the contract extension. And if my computer worked, oops, now what did I do? Sorry, just lost my place. How did I do that? I'll get there. I knew that, and all of which is respectfully submitted by myself, Chair, and committee members Bennett, Emo, Lynch, McKenzie, Watt, and Wilmer.
Thank you, Chair. To Council, questions, comments, concerns on item number 1? Item 2. Member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to probably Mr. Perkins, but I will certainly leave the door open for the chair. What is cited here as the just under 102,000, is that net of the town of Petawawa, or is that the gross pricing?
Mr. Perkins?
Throw that to Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, thank you, Warden, and through you to Councillor Donahue. I will check into it to be sure.
Okay. Thank you. And with that, we'll move to item number 3. Item 4. Item number 5, and the member from Kildoo, Haggerty Richards, and then McNabb side.
Thank you, Chair. I do understand there has to be a fee for this type of service, but in our situation, we have 2 county roads in our municipality. Times have changed. We have new residents have moved in with children. If we require, because of the demographics have changed, if we require a review, I find it really difficult that the municipality should have to incur that type of a cost. Things have changed now along our highways because people are moving in, there are young children, there are school buses. I really have a tough time going for this. It's really it's tough on a municipality as it is for costs, and another cost from the county that's really pushing, I think. That's just my comment.
Yes, through you, Warden. As I mentioned, the county does have this data that's basically on a 5-year rolling type data. And I don't know the specifics of this situation, but that data could have been done this year or last year. That data may be relatively new. It could be up to 5 years old, but it could be 2 years. So what all that the committee is saying here is that if a municipality, or somebody else for that matter, wanted to have a point-in-time speed study, that there would be a cost at $750 or $750, which is essentially just the county's cost. Or they could use the data that we have, or wait a year and maybe that road's on the schedule for the next year. So that's what this is recommending. Thank you.
Thank you. And McNabb side, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I supported this at committee and will support it here, but as for the inclusion of perception of the driver of the likelihood of getting a ticket or not as a key factor in causes of speeding behavior. Speeding is a worldwide problem. Many studies have been done that show increase in enforcement has a significant impact on compensating for these factors that are listed here. There's been many studies in the US and Canada, Spain, Denmark, I saw one from China. But I'd like to quote something from a communique from York Region. So, no matter how well designed the roads or vehicles are, responsible human behavior behind the wheel contributes to their effectiveness. Consistent enforcement serves as a constant reminder to road users to follow traffic laws and behavioral norms. Tied closely to frequent education and awareness campaigns, visible law enforcement encourages drivers to make safe choices. Knowing there's a risk of getting caught and facing penalties is a powerful deterrent against reckless behavior. When we talk about safe road users, we're not just referring to drivers. We must also consider the vulnerable road users such as pedestrians, cyclists, and motorcyclists. Traffic enforcement reminds drivers to respect crosswalks, yield to pedestrians, provide ample space for cyclists, and be aware of and provide space around motorcyclists. Without visible enforcement, these vulnerable groups are at a greater risk. That's the end of the quote from York Region. So it's an issue everywhere, but particularly in McNabb-Braeside, because if you were coming from anywhere in the county of Renfrew going to Ottawa, points east and vice versa, and unless you're actually starting from Arnprior, you're going through McNabb-Braeside. And a lot of the enforcement that's allotted to McNabb-Braeside from the detachment takes place on the provincial highway where there are no pedestrians or cyclists. We are working with the local detachment to increase the presence throughout our township roads as well where there are pedestrians and cyclists. So to sum up, I just want to ask that the lack of adequate visible enforcement be added to the list of causes of speeding. These are all, the ones listed here are all focused on the actual driver. So moving forward, we have supported the motion from Cambridge to allow for automated speed tickets to be extended beyond community safety zones. For now, we are keeping an eye on the pilot automated speed enforcement project through LAS with Barrie, where they have issued 9,200 tickets in 2 community safety zones in 3 months. The information was just released. So we're looking forward to achieving the right way to increase enforcement and the effectiveness of enforcement and thus improve safety on all the roads throughout the township and the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, most likely to Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins, these studies, I assume, are done with the Black Cat device. Our municipality actually has some Black Cat devices ourselves. What would be, is there any change in the process that we would be able to use our Black Cat devices on county roads to do our own studies, or is this affected somehow with this?
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Councillor Ware. No, actually, if, we do work with your local public works departments, and we do help out. Like this, we're not with this fee. We're not going to give up support in our local public works groups because we feel that that's very important. Back to the chair's point, this is a point in time. If you want a specific point in time, and I will share with council, I've celebrated my 5 years here. So in the 5 years of here, we've done numerous speed studies because I didn't understand all the comings and goings. But as I went back through the speed studies that were done years ago, in terms of the rural, there's very little change. Even though we think there's more people traveling on the roads, we think there's more people speeding, 15% of people speed. That's an industry standard. The traffic volumes in the county of Renfrew, other than Arnprior and Petawawa, have not changed in 10 years. Right? So it's increased, but not by thousands, right? It's by hundreds maybe, or tens in certain roads, right? So what we've done here is we're still going to support our local public works directors and supervisors in anything that they need. You can certainly use your own Black Cats if you desire, but if a specific request comes from a specific municipality, then we'll ask for the fee to be covered. But again, back to the chair's point, we do have all this data available It's been done once in the last 5 years. So if you're fortunate enough to have a speed study done last year, it'll be 1 year old, but it could be stale. It could be 5 years old. But again, the trends show in the rural that the numbers are always the same. And unfortunately, speed reduction doesn't normally come because the roads are designed to be 80-kilometer-an-hour roads. So they're wide, they're ditched, they're painted, they're straight. So when we do speed study, we have noticed that very rarely is there ever a change in speed reduction. It's not warranted. So with that said, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that we're still status quo. Ask your permission and we can do it.
Great. Thank you. Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, just to follow up on that point, so if we do have our own Black Cat equipment, can we do our own studies on a county road if we make a request?
Yeah, as long as we're informed where it is and what's involved, or sorry, Warden, through you to Councillor Service. Yeah, no problem at all. You guys can do it. But again, if it does come to us, then we'll actually follow up and do our own study.
Thank you.
Member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. It's quite fascinating, Mr. Perkins' illumination of the data. Curiously, just recently I read, I think it is 98% of people consider themselves above average. The interesting thing, subsequent to the last time that we discussed enforcement, and my colleague from McNabb-Braeside raised that, I went back and there was a pretty substantial value for money audit of the OPP it was delivered in 2021. It was based on the 2020 year. And I will note that in a follow-up done on the 2022 year, delivered just last year, there had been some gains made. But what we anecdotally have been seeing, the auditor actually underscored in the report on 2020, and I'm reading you directly from essentially their executive summary. And largely, much as we have been experiencing here at the County of Renfrew through the paramedic service, presumptive PTSD has had an enormous impact on the OPP as well. In 2020, the OPP provided 28% fewer patrol hours than it did in 2016. Frontline officer vacancy rates vary considerably between regions, while the West and East had 28% and 27% of frontline constable positions vacant in 2020. The Northwest had only 17. Another item is specific. The OPP is not delivering service levels to municipalities identified in its own deployment model. Specifically, for municipalities where data was available, we found that 111, or 48% of these municipalities, received less than 75% of the constable hours and full-time equivalent staff the OPP identified were needed to respond to calls for service on a timely basis, including 26 municipalities that received less than 50% of the needed hours and FTEs. Now, again, I want to underscore that this was the auditor's report for 2020, and I will note that in the 2023 follow-up, first off, the OPP acknowledged each of the items from that 2020 audit, 2020 value for money audit, and there were some substantial changes affected by the time the follow-up was commenced in 2022. But I think that perhaps provides some basis to anecdotally what we have been discussing in this room for quite some time, and to which Councillor McKenzie alluded. The road design, the traffic signs, the speed signs, etc., go so far in keeping traffic moving at an appropriate pace, but of course enforcement is a large component of that as well. And I thought that this would be of some interest to my colleagues to hear that there is this report from the Auditor General that identified that there was some challenges in meeting those targets.
Thank you. Member from Killaloe, Hagley Richards, please.
One of the other items I think that needs to be brought up is that because now school bus operations has changed because of for pickups and departures, the hours of bringing children to their schools have changed because of the lack of school bus drivers. So they've blended pickup times or altered pickup times so that one driver is picking up in different areas the same different times. So actually they're utilizing their drivers more efficiently with less drivers. That was one point. And the other point I'd like to make is that our County Road 58, it's become a freeway now. It's changed from a freeway to a highway. It's like unbelievable. Like, take for example, this morning, coming here on that road, I had at least 5 people pass me that were going well in excess of 90 kilometers. Like, they just blew past me. That was just my example. And no, it wasn't Lee, was not one of them. Yes, speeding is a major item on everyone's plate. We've talked to the OPP, and I'm sure Lee has talked to the OPP. Anything we can do, I think we have to do, because typically it takes one accident and then changes will happen. Let's be proactive and go ahead of this. I really have a tough, even though we only have 2 county roads, I have a tough time in supporting the $750 fee. Thank you.
Are you requesting it be severed and voted on separately?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item number 6, please. Seeing nothing. Oh, I'm sorry, member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions. Once again, probably, I'm presuming, to the director. So the study cites on page 21, a turning radius problem was identified due to roadway offset and would improve traffic flow. What's roadway offset?
Mr. Perkins, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Councillor Donahue. In this particular situation, this is a 90-degree T intersection. So what happens, of course, is when trucks are traveling, I guess, south on Highway 60, and they're heading east on Highway 60, and then they turn south onto Barry's Bay Road, or sorry, I forget the name of the road. They're actually traveling out into the other lane. So this is a proposed realignment to take that squeeze out, actually, and hopefully the tractor trailers will be able to make the turn better. But right now it's a 90-degree turn, so they want to offset the intersection within the footprint of the intersection.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, the study cites that the study's findings indicated that the intersection presently operates at a level B, reasonably free flow. How much improvement will be realized with the realignment?
Thank you, Warden. Through you to Council again. If you read through the entire study, this is not a vast improvement for the amount of times that it happens per year. But this is, right now, we're just wanted to show support for Madawaska Valley to go ahead and apply for funding for connecting links. And if they do get approved, then we'll come back for approval.
Okay, thank you. Moving along to item number 7. And member from North Agona Wilberforce and then Whitewater.
Thank you, Warden. And just through you to Mr. Perkins and staff, I want to thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's a great initiative. I know how difficult it is in our municipalities to find qualified operators, and having an opportunity where they can take a course and get some of that training hopefully will help alleviate some of that problem. So once again, thank you to staff.
Thank you. Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to echo, from a Whitewater perspective, we're very supportive of this initiative. The only question I had, I don't know if staff can amplify, but they've talked about Fanshawe College, which is in Southern Ontario, and would be expensive and almost inaccessible to us and our individuals. Is this something that we could then transport to Algonquin, host here as an Eastern Ontario site to develop and make it more accessible for drivers in Eastern Ontario?
Mr. Perkins?
Thank you, Warden. That is something I would definitely like to pursue, and I'm sure if they do get this off the ground, this would be it would be the first in Canada. So it's very exciting for public works individuals, such as myself. But definitely once they get going, I'll inquire with AORs if there's an opportunity to have other facilities offer this program.
Thank you. And supplementary, and then we'll go to Greater Madawaska.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chair. And Lee, I appreciate, very supportive, and I think you'll get more support from other townships and as well as local businesses would be interested in this kind of program locally. So very supportive. If this does go through, I would like to ask it come back to council through committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And Greater Madawaska, please.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair. Just to advise the rest of council that our last Greater Madawaska general meeting, we threw full support behind this as well, and I think other municipalities have already done so. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 8. Item number 9. Item 10. Oh, item 8, 9, 10.
9. I know the Bonnechere Valley said, you know, white wouldn't be good in the snow, but I don't want to be left out. If everyone else is doing white, I'll go along with it.
Oh, thank you very much. We'll let you know. So, yeah. Item number 10, please. Item number 11. Member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, just want to say thanks to the Operations Committee and to Lee and his staff. I know it didn't meet the criteria for a crossing, but it's important to the town of Petawawa for our active transportation, our trail connectivity, and our increasing number of young students who are walking and crossing our streets in the town. So thanks for passing this one through.
Thank you. Moving along, item number 12. Item number 13. Item number 14, and the member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins, last year when this contract came up, and I've made Mr. Perkins aware of what I would be stating today, so he's not going to get blindsided by this. I made a comment that in the tender that the glass bead count and reflectivity value seemed to be extremely low in it, and I had mentioned at that time that going forward it would be nice that we had some sort of monitoring to ensure that we are actually getting the proper width, proper thickness, and proper reflectivity of our lines. And I understand at this point we haven't received any complaints. However, after the painting of 508 and 511, and just a week or two after that, I noticed in a rainstorm that the reflectivity was very low. So I'm just suggesting that perhaps next year going forward, that we may look at having a third-party company who specializes in this pavement marking, and just to make sure we are actually getting the proper value, because reflectivity should be, the Ontario Traffic Manual Book 11 sets out standards that it should be, and I think that should be on all our county roads and our town roads. So I'm also suggesting to Mr. Perkins that most of our municipalities ride the coattails of the contract with the county, and we use the same TPM to paint our roads. And I'm going to suggest to Mr. Perkins that if we use TPM this year in Greater Madawaska, perhaps we might take a third-party study to make sure that we're getting the proper coverage of paint, thickness of paint, and reflectivity. And if we do that study, would the county be open to us giving that information to them so that they can then review the process?
So thank you for that. So the reflectivity standard that the county uses is the OPS 710, Ontario Provincial Standards Pavement Marking. So It is measurable, and it's also identified when that tender goes out. But I guess if there's anything further, I would just give it to Mr. Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Warden and Chair. Sorry, yeah, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, that's correct. We use the OPSS, so it does have standards in there for reflectivity. But yes, pursuant to Councillor Ware's idea, yes, if Greater Madawaska tests it, we would definitely take that under advisement and then go from there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So the report as a whole minus number 5. Any further questions? I'm sorry?
Yes, thank you, Warden, for clarification on item 2 for the OSUM inspections. So the town of Petawawa is included in that sum to the councillor from Madden Brownlee. So they're included in that sum for the OSUM. They only have 2 structures that are going to be inspected, and the estimated price is $323 per structure. And they'll be invoiced once they're inspected.
Okay, thank you. So mover, please.
So moved.
You've heard the discussion and the report. All of those in favor, separate with item 5 separated out. Opposed? Seeing none, it's carried. And with that, we'll move to item 5. And are there any further comments on item 5? Okay, with that, you've heard the report and the discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? 2. Thank you. So thank you, council. And with that, we'll take a break for lunch. Oh, it's not here yet? It's here. It's here. Just arrived. Okay. Yeah. I did. So with that, we'll break for lunch and come back at approximately 12:45. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're a little bit late starting, but before we start, I'd like to acknowledge that we had lunch, and it was in support of the Pembroke and Area Warming Center. The OPP next door is undertaking a fundraising. I understand they're sold out, and so thank you very much to Gwen for thinking about this and organizing it. So it was great lunch. Really appreciate it. Very quickly on the Warming Center, you'll get a more fulsome report probably around the end of April. Sorry, my mustache is wilting. Must be my winter. 1,014 people have stayed at the Warming Center since it started. The most we've had in one evening has been 17 people. The average age is about 43. And so we had a really quick discussion the other day where we're talking about that, and then when you match the average age of the most significant opioid and other drug-related issues through the hospital and the paramedic service, we think it's in the 39 to 50 age range. So we're sort of curious what has happened to that cohort. So it'll be interesting in a longer range with more questions. Hopefully we can get some answers. The oldest has been 86 years old, which again is quite an anomaly for us and a bit of a shock. They've been helped and attached to some other community services. And it's approximately 1 in 3 are females. So 11 females, 29 males. And so most of them from this area. There's been a couple from outside the area, and they've been helped to either return home or get some suitable housing in the area. So very quickly, that's the information. So that's what you were supporting today, and the Warming Center, I think, winds up operations the middle of next month on the 15th, so we'll be able to compile things. It looks like this is a very impromptu briefing. It looks like we're going to be on budget at the end of the year of approximately $225,000. And so we'll give you a more fulsome report as we know it. Thank you. And again, thank you for supporting the Warming Center. So with that, we'll move to oh, there it is. Development and Property, please. And the chair.
Thank you, Warden. And before I start, I just want to let County Council know that if some of my pronunciations sound funny, I'm missing a front tooth currently, so. So be patient. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, our Development and Property Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is the bioeconomy development opportunity. The BDO and the zone report and rating are all attached as information. But I just do want to highlight, and from speaking with Jason and also Lacey Rose, our forester, county forester, that this is a huge concern for the forestry sector and the sawmills in Renfrew County because of the closure of the pulp and paper mill in Trenton. And also, and maybe Jason can expand on it, there's also one, I believe, in Northern Ontario that is closed. And without having a facility to get rid of the lower grade pulp, it really is putting some of those mill businesses in a really tough financial position, and because they don't have any market for some of those forest products. Item number 2 is the 1030 Lee Street new build progress report, and anybody who has visited the Zen City webpage can certainly see how that progress is coming. It is approximately 70% complete, and work is continuing and hopefully will be soon finished. And the same goes for item number 3, the Eganville Paramedic Base, and the progress report is also on Zen City, and that project is moving along very well. Item number 4 is the paramedic-based storage shed, Renfrew County Place, and of course the tenders and information is attached. Item number 5 is the enterprise licensing agreement, the ESRI, and that licensing agreement provides access for both the county and local municipalities, and the modernization grant covered the cost for the first 3 years. After that, the local municipalities will have to contribute if they want to continue to utilize that. Item number 6 is the County Renfrew Official Plan Amendment number 44, OPA 44, Alternative Notice Provisions. And as directed by Council, staff have initiated an official plan amendment to implement alternative notice provisions due to the closing down of some of the print media, which makes meeting Planning Act requirements for providing printed notice impossible for some municipalities. So again, that information is attached. Item number 7 is the Town of Deep River Official Plan Amendment number 6, OPA 6, and that the Town of Deep River adopted the official plan amendment number 6, and the county provided approval for the amendment. Moving to resolutions, item number 8, support for the modernization of Via Rail's long-distance remote and regional fleet. Resolution number DP-CC-24-03-32, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. The County Council direct the Warden to send a letter to the Honourable Krista Freeland, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, and the Honourable Babolo Rodriguez, Minister of Transportation, in support of modernizing Via Rail's long-distance remote and regional fleet to provide passengers with a more reliable, appropriate, comfortable, sustainable, and accessible travel experience. Again, all of the background is attached. Item number 9 is the 2024 Ottawa Valley Tourist Association budget. Resolution number DP-CC-24-03-33, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. The County Council adopt the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association 2024 budget as presented. And of course, the budget is attached for your review. Item number 10 is the Renfrew County Forest Tract Renaming Initiative. Resolution number DP-CC-24-03-34, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. County Council directs staff to request a meeting with Norm Lemke, Ontario Municipal Liaison, and the Ontario Ministry of Indigenous Affairs for an update on the agreement in principle and the communication process. And Jason can speak to that in more detail if Council has any questions. And item number 11 is the pulpwood mill closure. Resolution number DP-CC-24-03-35, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. That County Council direct the Warden to send a letter of support to the Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry and the Premier's Office. Oh, got ahead of me. No, I gotta go way back. Do you want mine? I'll take it over from here. Sorry about that. The County Council direct the Warden to send a letter of support to the Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry and the Premier's Office for biomass initiatives that can benefit the wood basket of Renfrew County mills, and further that staff continues to be engaged and support the forest sector on any biomass project possibilities in our area, and further that this issue be raised at any appropriate delegation opportunity. Again, that information is attached. Item number 12 under bylaws is PWC-24-11, the rehabilitation of 3 bridges, Algonquin Trail, and resolution number DP-CC 24-03-31, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council approve contract PWC-24-11 as submitted by Grant Calumet Construction Limited, Luskville, Quebec, for the rehabilitation of 3 bridges located on the Algonquin Trail in the area of Garrison Petawawa, near Duluthier Road and Laundry Road, town of Laurentian Hills, in the amount of $386,524.34 plus applicable taxes, and further that County Council adopt a bylaw to authorize execution of the contract. Once again, the tender results are attached for your information. Item number 13 is the delegation of authority to the GIS coordinator. Resolution number DP-CC-24-03-37, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to delegate authority for sharing GIS data with corporations to the GIS coordinator. Again, the background is included there for your review and information, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as Chair and committee members Bennett, Eamon, Lynch, McKenzie, Service, Watt, and Weir. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Chair. And to Council, any concerns, questions, or items you need more information on? Item number 1. Item number 2. Glad to see this is moving forward towards completion. Thank you very much. Item number 3. Again, very happy to see this moving towards completion. It's nice to have projects finished up. Item number 4, member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. I wonder through you to Mr. Davis, what was the budget for this item?
If I may, Warden, through you. So the initial budget for this item, if you may recall, though, this was a 2023 budget item when we initially looked at this. It was for 2 storage sheds and for a budget estimate of $450,000. And this is a carry-on to that. So the overall budget for the 2 storage sheds was $450,000.
Supplementary?
Was there a specific line item for this budgeted for 2024, though?
I do believe so, Warden, and I'll have to get back to you on that for clarity on where it was.
Okay, thank you. I'm just wondering how it compares to budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I do recall asking about it during budget, but I can't tell you much more than that. Because I was curious, if you recall, last year I asked the question because the foundation was poured and left to sit for the winter, and I asked about that, and then it showed up. We talked about it in budget. So thank you. Item number 5. Item 6. Item number 7. Item 8. Item 9. Member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you very much once again, Mr. Warden. I recognize that just in 2023, there was a 5-year agreement was signed amongst all of the parties. And I'm uncertain what the parameters were of that. I just note that on page 216 is the actual budget, and so there are 2 line items that are funded by the County of Renfrew, but in combination they are increasing 3%, where the increase from the City of Pembroke is under 2%. And I just thought that that would be, as there seems to be some ongoing discussion about shared service, I thought that that would be worth noting.
It is. Thank you. Item number 10. Item number 11. I'm sorry, member from North Algona.
Yeah, just maybe back to number 10 if Mr. Davis wants to provide a little more background on that.
Certainly, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Warden, and through you to County Council. So this is a long-standing item that has been in front of County Council back in 2021, 2022 for the renaming. And as you see in the background of the report, the former warden asked staff to reach out to the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan to see if there are any interest in renaming the county forestry track and some input from them. And it's taken a little time, a number of years to get to where we are now. And so we're kind of at a point now where they're looking for additional information from the county of Renfrew to see how we can move forward with this. With that being said, I think it's a good time for us to ask Norm Lemke to come to the county council chambers to talk about the agreement in principle, to talk about the land claim, to see where we're at. And again, maybe for us, for staff, how do we communicate with the different communities that are out there? So that's the background, Chair, or Warden.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you. And seeing none, we'll move to item number 11. Item 12. Member from Amherst and Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, and I did give a somewhat of a heads up to Mr. Davis this morning and Mr. Perkins. So Algonquin, the trails are, as I understand it, they are still in progress, the migration from development and property to public works, because I was curious why this tender is coming through development and property when the budget is owned by operations. You'll note somewhere in this report it does discuss the on the financial implications. The total funds for upgrades to Algonquin Trail is $4,029,538. I was stymied when I went to Mr. Davis's budget to try and find that, and lo and behold, it is in fact in Mr. Perkins's budget. What is the status of the migration of the Trails Department?
Thank you. Sure. The CO.
It's either that or whisper in your ear through the warden to council member. Yeah, so there are some changes that would have to be made, one to the striking committee, and then we have to review our terms of reference for the committee. So once those are reviewed and updated to bring back to you, then that will occur. So that's just where we're at right now.
Supplementary.
Thank you very much. This is pertaining to the gist of this resolution itself. So there are two components to this. One was the rehabilitation of the three bridges. There was also a 4.4 kilometer section of upgrade. So I am curious on this. Ultimately, it's just slightly over 393,000 inclusive of net HST. How does that compare with anticipated of this component within the larger 1.2 million?
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Warden, and I'll just make sure Lee has not put his hand up yet. So this was brought through our Trails Committee and DNP. This specific, what you have in front of you, item number 12, is actually under budget by about $30,000 as estimated. As you can see in the report, a good comparison from different organizations, and the top two are within a good percentage of it. So again, kind of reiterating like what I do is it's a good news story for us for the estimates and what we're coming into.
Thank you. Thank you. And with that, we'll move to item 13. The report as a whole. Member from Whitewater.
Thank you, Warden. I just wanted to come back to the first item, and I've just struggled over it. I'm just curious. It's a report that was generated by community and staff, and it's going out for public comment. Do we then subsequently receive a report back on those findings with recommendations? Like, I'm looking for what the takeaway is from a county council perspective on item 1.
Mr. Davis.
And can I just, before I do my preamble, is it item number 1 for the BDO report?
Yes.
So the BDO report, just as a background, and a fulsome report was given to our DNP committee at the last committee from EcoStrat, the company that actually produced the report. We did not hire EcoStrat. They received funding from NRCan to produce this report. And this report is a good news story for us, the County of Renfrew, for economic development and for industry. It highlights within Renfrew County, and that big report you see in this package, highlights that we have good fiber in Renfrew County to introduce or promote fiber or biomass companies in Renfrew County. So what staff has done, we provided staff support in the sense of reviewing the document. We looked at their numbers and make sure the numbers are correct, to make sure it's reflective of what we have here in Renfrew County for fiber. And to move forward, we'll move forward as just an additional piece of information we have for economic development and promote Renfrew County and our biomass possibilities here.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, a mover, please.
So moved, Warden.
You've heard the report, yeah, and you've heard the conversation and advice. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And we'll move to Community Services. Chair?
Yes, thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Community Services Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1, Community Services Manager job descriptions. So the 3 positions here, in response to evolving organizational objectives and corporate strategic goals, the job descriptions for the Community Services Managers have been updated. They aim to enhance alignment with current priorities, ensure that managers are equipped to drive initiatives that resonate with our overarching vision. So the 3 positions are the Manager of Community Housing, Manager of Community Supports, and Manager of Children's Services. Item number 2 is the MESA Supportive Housing. And as we all know, this is the Housing First approach, which aims to establish supportive housing for individuals enduring chronic homelessness, defined as more than 6 months and compounded by health complexities. Item number 3 is the Ontario Work Service Plan. This provides the comprehensive outline of how the Municipal Service System Manager will perform all the program management and risk management activities. Item number 4 is the Ontario Municipal Social Services Association letter to the Ministry of Education. Attached as Appendix 2 is the letter dated January 29th, 2024, from the Ontario Municipal Social Services Association to the Minister of Education, Stephen Lecce, regarding the reduction of early years and child care administrative funding for municipal service managers in 2024. It's quite a lengthy letter, but it certainly highlights all the issues that we are facing. Item number 5, Affordable Housing Summit, April 4th, 2024. Attached as Appendix 3 is information on this Housing Summit, which will be held at the MyFM Center in Renfrew. And as the Warden mentioned earlier, there are over 100 people, I think he said, registered. Quite easy to register online through the Eventbrite site. I'm looking forward to this. I'm sure it's going to be quite interesting. Item number 6, Homelessness Prevention Program Investment Plan for 2024-25. The Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing provided a letter to the County of Renfrew in March of 2023 regarding the planned HPP allocations for the fiscal periods, and there's the chart with the numbers. Item number 7 is the Renfrew County Hoarding Management Proposal. So caseworkers have heightened wellness check inspections since January 2024 in direct response to escalating occurrences of tenant-caused building damages, hoarding, and squalor. Initial investigations indicate that approximately 70 residences are grappling with varying degrees of high-content scenarios, necessitating interventions to uphold tenant safety and property integrity. So attached as Appendix 5 is the proposal, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Emo, Grills, Mayville, Nicholson, and Service.
Thank you. Item number 1. Item number 2. Item number 3. I really when I looked at the Ontario Work Service Plan, I have to admit the, under 1.3 Community Needs Assessment, the second bullet point under strengths is a very positive working relationship with service managers, Circle Canada, and all Employment Ontario offices in Renfrew County. So it's nice to see that that inserted in the dialogue. Item number 4. Item number 5. Oh, I'm sorry, member from North Laguna.
Yeah, actually, it was in regards to item number 4. And again, a great initiative moving towards the $10 a day daycare. But again, the province, on one hand, giveth, and the other hand, taketh away. And, I recognize the additional funding challenges for staff and trying to implement a great program, but having to do with much less resources. And I assume we'll be doing some advocacy work at the province to try and address this going forward.
Thank you. I would suggest we are trying to set up a period at Queen's Park, and this would likely be one of our topics. We've taken it to Roma and to AMO meetings or conferences, so the next step, I think, logical step is Queen's Park. And the member from Horton, please. I thought I saw your hand up. Nope, sorry. My apologies. Item number 6. I'm hearing things too. Item number 6. Item number 7. Really glad to see this. The hoarders often live in precarious housing because of their relationship with the people that own the homes if they're not a homeowner, and it then results in strained relationships, and sometimes they're out on the street. So if it can be prevented, it makes a lot of sense. Report as a whole. Can I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. You've heard the report, and you've heard the other information shared. All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you very much, Council. And with that, we'll move to the Health Committee, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Reminder to Council as well, at 10:30 this morning, you will have received an email from Ms. Van Starkenberg that there is an addendum, several items, all bylaws, I believe, on today's addendum. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Health Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. As information, item number 1 is with regards to the Community Paramedic Program. Mental health, 2 components to this item: mental health training and stakeholder meetings and training sessions with respect to MESA. Item number 2 is the paramedic 911 operational update, and once again, very pleased to increase essentially the algorithm or the throughput that is available to arriving with the right assistance in the right place at the right time through having a commander in the dispatch center. Item 3 is with respect to the Butterfly Approach project at Miramichi Lodge, and an audit of the home was done on February 27th towards accreditation, and of course this is an ongoing, it seems now that it has been quite a lengthy, but it was of course interfered with or interrupted by COVID, but really pleased to see this advancing at both Miramichi and at Bonnechere Manor. Moving on, Mr. Chair, to resolutions. Item number 4 is quality improvement plans. Resolution number H-CC-24-03-35, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize the Warden, Chief Administrative Officer, and the Director of Long-Term Care to sign and submit the quality improvement plans for Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge, and submit to Health Quality Ontario before the March 31st, 2024 deadline, and the background is attached. Item 5, long-term care homes smoking policy. Resolution number H-CC-24-03-36, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council recommends that policy G-009, smoking regulations for the County of Renfrew long-term care homes, Monashare Manor and Miramichi Lodge, remain applicable, permitting residents of Monashare Manor and Miramichi Lodge to smoke on the properties in a designated outdoor smoking area. Once again, Mr. Chair, the background is attached. Moving on then to bylaws. Item number 6, emergency management funding. Resolution number H-CC-24-03-32, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to accept the Community Emergency Preparedness Grant transfer payment agreement that outlines the approved funding and required actions to receive $49,600 in support of emergency preparedness in the County of Renfrew, and again, the background is attached. Item 7, 2023/24 through 2025/26, Community Paramedic Website and Education Agreement. Resolution number H-CC-24-03-33, moved by Chair, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the Warden and Clerk to sign an agreement with Ontario Health for the development of a community paramedicine website in consultation with industry partners, and again, the background is attached. Item 8, Local Priorities Fund, Miramichi Lodge. Resolution number H-CC-24-03-37, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the Warden and Clerk to sign the 2023/24 Local Priorities Fund Batch 3 Agreement for specialized equipment associated with IV and wound care in the amount of $47,100 with Ontario Health, and again, the background is attached. Item 9, Short Stay Respite Care Beds Agreement with Ontario Health. Resolution number H-CC-24-03-38, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the Warden and Clerk to sign the 2024 Short Stay Respite Care Beds Agreement with Ontario Health for the operation of 2 short stay respite care beds at Miramichi Lodge, effective January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024. And again, the background is attached. And then moving on to the addendum, Mr. Warden. Wet the whistle. Item 10, once again continuing in bylaws. Item 10, Ocean-Care Dove Integration. Resolution number H-CC-24-03-46, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the Warden and Clerk to sign the Ocean Health Information Network Agreement and Participant Licensing Agreement with the Family Medicine Care Innovations to streamline online booking and referral services for community programs, and again, the background is here. Item 11, Mental Health Crisis Worker, Pembroke Regional Hospital, Letter of Agreement. Resolution number H-CC-24-03-47, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the Warden and Clerk to sign a letter of agreement with the Pembroke Regional Hospital as represented by the Mental Health Services of Renfrew County to provide mental health services to assist individuals in navigating the mental health care system through the MESA project, with the goal of reducing the number of community deaths and visits to hospital emergency departments. And once again, the background is affixed. Item 12, Pre-Hos Electronic Patient Medical Record. Resolution number H-CC-24-03-48, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the warden and clerk to sign a software as service subscription agreement with Prehas Inc. to provide a platform for electronic patient call reports, and once again, the background is here. Item 13, Community Paramedic for Long-Term Care Funding Extension. Resolution number H-CC-24-03-49. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the warden and clerk to sign a transfer payment agreement between the County of Renfrew and the Ministry of Long-Term Care, and again, the background is attached. Item 14, Personal Support Worker Initiatives 2023 to 26, Funding Support Agreement with Ontario Health. Resolution number H-CC-24-03-51. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the warden and clerk to sign the Personal Support Worker Initiatives 2023 through 2026 Funding Support Agreement with Ontario Health for participation in any or all of the 2023-26 PSW initiatives, including the clinical placement stipend, recruitment incentive, and/or relocation incentive. And once again, the background is there. Item 15, Long-Term Care Service Accountability Agreement, Resolution number H-CC-24-03-52. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize the warden and clerk to sign the extending letters for the extension of the long-term care service accountability agreements from March 31st, 2024 until March 31st, 2025 between Ontario Health and each of Bonisher Manor and Miramichi Lodge for submission by the deadline of March 28th, 2024. And further, that County Council adopt a bylaw to amend Bylaw 59-23, being a bylaw authorizing the warden and clerk to continue the long-term care service accountability agreement. And again, the background is there. Item 16, Multi-Sector Service Accountability Agreement, Bonisher Manor Senior Adult Day Program. Resolution number H-CC-24-03-53. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize the warden and clerk to sign the extending letter for the extension of the Multi-Sector Service Accountability Agreement from March 31st, 2024 through March 31st, 2025 between Ontario Health and Bonisher Manor Senior Adult Day Program for submission deadline of March 28th, 2024. And further, that County Council adopt a bylaw to amend Bylaw 60-23, being a bylaw authorizing the warden and clerk to continue the multi-sector service accountability agreement. And finally, the background for this item is also attached, Mr. Chair, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, along with committee members Emo, Grills, Murphy, Nicholson, Weir, and Wilmer.
Thank you very much. Information item number 1, item number 2, item 3, item 4, item 5, item 6. This isn't quite emergency management funding, but I don't know if you paid attention to the budget yesterday, or have had, sorry, I shouldn't say that, or have had time to take a look at it. They're introducing, the provincial government is introducing $30 million over the next 3 years for access to an application-based grant to support specialized equipment for municipal fire services. So there is finally funding, or at least it's funding I haven't remembered for a long time. And also they're launching a $5 million application-based fund for transportation projects targeted to rural Ontario. So there's a couple of funding lines that might be of interest to you. Item number 7, item number 8, item 9, item 10, 11, 12, item 13, Item 14. Item 15. The report is item 16. Damn. I don't have it open. I was going from memory. Item 16. The report as a whole. Could I have a mover?
So moved, Warden Emo.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It was carried. Thank you. I was bluffing there, and I thought I wasn't going to get caught. So with that, we'll move to item finance and admin, please.
That was pretty impressive, Warden, considering that we had almost as many items this morning as we did at Health Committee 3 weeks ago. So good on you. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Finance and Administration Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. For all you golfers, number 1, save the date for the 17th Annual Wardens Golf Tournament on Friday, June 7th. Second, they gave me all the party planning. Save the date for our 2024 Annual Service Awards on Thursday, November 21st. Number 3, our employee recognition Q3 2023 is below. There's some background. And number 4, recruiting efforts, the career fairs. This was very interesting. I almost wish Mr. Belmore was here and Amanda were here to explain what they did at these career fairs. It was very impressive. Number 5 is our 2024 tax policy, everybody's favorite topic. Number 6 is our investment update, and below there is quite a bit of information provided by our treasurer on our investments. And moving down and down to resolutions. Number 7, June Standing Committee meeting. Resolution number FACC 24-03-35, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that the Finance and Administration Committee meeting be held on Monday, June 17th, 2024, and the background is there. And under bylaws, Employment Bylaw number 1, Resolution number FACC 24-03-36, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the following changes to the non-union staff salary grid with Employment Bylaw number 1. Reclassification of the following positions: Manager, Human Resources from Group 10 to Group 11, and further that a revised Employment Bylaw number 1 be adopted, and the background is there. User fee bylaw and schedule. Resolution number FACC 24-03-38, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a revised bylaw to establish and require payment of user fees and charges, and further that the previous user fee bylaw 69-23 be repealed, and the background is there. And I know that we did have a conversation about the all-new one in Public Works. Number 10, Corporate Policies and Procedures, Human Resources. Resolution number FACC 24-03-39, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council cancel the following corporate policy: J-06, Return of Service Incentive Program, and further that a bylaw to amend bylaw 63-03, being a bylaw to establish human resources corporate policies and procedures for the County of Renfrew, be adopted. All of which is respectfully submitted, Warden, by myself as chair and committee members Brose, Doncaster, Donahue, Emo, Giardini, and Mayville. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Item number 1. Looking forward to it. It was a really exciting event last year. Lots of fun, and some money raised for 2 good causes last year. We'll announce the causes, I believe, in the next couple of weeks. Item number 2. Again, a really fun night. It'll be exciting to see what's going on. Item number 3, employee recognition. Item number, the member from Arnprior.
Thank you, Warden. Just to note, there were over 45 nominees for these awards. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Item number 4. Item 5. Item 6. Item 5. Item 6. Member from Edmundston and Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you, probably to Mr. Burke. So in the, and thank you for the annual investment report, much appreciated. I note, though, is the second sentence, this is on page 298 of today's report, due to changes in the investment policy, benchmarking against external interest rates is no longer prescribed. Is the investment policy changed by council, or is the investment policy changed by staff?
Thank you, and through you, Warden, that was changed by County Council, so it's a County Council policy. The last update was done several years ago with a view to amend it to allow participation in the AMO LAS 1 investment program was the substantial change, but we also removed a number of the other requirements found in that policy. I believe it was mostly copied from a much larger municipality where we had I guess it was benchmarking and investment goals and performance measurements and things like that, which aren't maybe applicable to an investment portfolio of our size. So again, you can see our average returns, but we're not measuring it against an external, Government of Canada GIC rate.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Thank you, because I do note that it also says is no longer prescribed. So I'm not sure what was prescribed in, if memory serves, I think the most recent version of the investment policy is 2021. We have each of the years, even subsequent to 2021, seen the benchmarking, and ultimately what it showed was, and I thought that there was value to this municipal corporation. It showed on a monthly basis how the interest being earned on the Renfrew Area Administrators Group in each month compared to the average BMO Nesbitt investment return. Alongside the most right-hand column was a one-year GIC benchmark that I believe was from Bank of Canada, actually. That seems to be the particular chart. I think that sentence in the report is suggesting that it's not prescribed. So if it was not even prescribed in the I believe that I actually have a copy of that policy, and I don't think it is very prescriptive. But I do know that 1 year ago, almost to the day, that there was a resolution. Actually, I stand to be corrected. I do not know if it was at Finance and Administration Committee or if it was at Council, where a resolution that I moved and that was seconded by Councillor Brose that laid out the template, which was to be based on the 2018 investment report that was delivered in March of 2019. So 1 year ago, that was not possible to get that facilitated in time for the March council meeting, but it was delivered at the April council meeting, and it laid out. I found the charting, the reason that I put forward the motion was that I found that the charting and the graphical representation was most illuminating, and this is substantially different from that. And I'm certainly a creature of habit, if nothing else. And when there is change, I am challenged then to be able to perform and to benchmark against previous years. So given, I understand that the policy itself may not be heavily prescriptive, but certainly the resolution moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Brose, and adopted a year ago was very prescriptive in the direction to staff. So I wonder if whether Mr. Burke or Mr. Kelly can speak to that.
Mr. Burke, please.
Through you, Warden. Yes, and we did review the last investment report when considering making this one. I suppose our struggle was we weren't sure what was the appropriate benchmark to put in the report as measuring against, and ultimately came to the conclusion that the benchmarking was maybe not that useful. But however, we do hear your opinion that you did prefer to have an external interest rate that we could have earned, possibly GICs or something of that nature. So we possibly could return to that again. The only piece that I believe we couldn't produce a mirror image of the last reporting was I believe the last investment report had a copy of the BMO statements inside of it, which is no longer available to us in that format. So that's why we had to make a change there. But we can return to including some type of external benchmarking. We'll take a look at what we did a few years ago and return to that method for next year.
Supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you through you to Mr. Burke. I just want to confirm that the direction to staff was made clear a year ago, and the template was established as the template on the 2018 investment year that was delivered in 2019, and it provided, I would submit, substantive clarity on what the expectation was, and that is what I would anticipate seeing moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Within item number 6, I think we talked a little bit about A, but are there any further questions on 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D? Item number 7, item number 8, item number 9, item number 10, the report as a whole. Mover, please.
So moved, Warden.
Thank you. You've heard the report and the comments. Without anything further, all those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. So we'll move to item number 11, which is bylaws. That the bylaws attached be deemed read 3 times and passed. If I could have a mover, please. The member from Boncher Valley and the member from Brudenell, Lindock, and Raglan. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And number 14, written reports. I'm going to confess that I didn't go to the AMO board meeting because I had a conflict. Chalk River Stewardship Council.
Thank you, Warden. The Environmental Stewardship Council was held on the 21st of March 2024. There was meeting number 53 at the Best Western in Pembroke. The highlights included there is a leadership change at Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, which includes the President CEO, Joe McCready, being replaced by Jack Craig Jr. Jan Preston is now the Chief Operating Officer. Dr. Stephen Busby is the Vice President of Science and Technology, and Janet Tosh is the new Vice President of Human Resources. As part of the membership of the Council, there are new membership. It's the Algonquins of Pequawkanon, P.J. Leroux, the Métis Nation, Roger Rose, and the Ottawa Riverkeeper, Larissa Holman. There was presentations made by President Joe McCready on CNL Business Update. It's on page 1420 of the submission I made. The Environmental Remediation Management, page 2128. Environmental Performance Report, 2733. Ian Costello, Research and Development Fusion, page 3444, which is interesting because they use the Canadian Navy as part of their study on fusion, which is somewhat confidential. And Marisa Breeze talked about in the community, pages 45, 47. Terms of reference are being updated with a draft completion date of 6 April. Planning for an additional 12 canisters for storage of high-level radioactive material will come from Douglas Point Waste Facility, Gentilly 1 Waste Facility, Point Lebreau Generation Station, and Whiteshell Laboratories. Of note, there were 2 environmental issues. January 15th, a fuel oil number 6 transfer leak from an elbow connection. Remediation included removing all oil from the Peastone Trench, and the fuel line is still not repaired. The second one is February 15th, sewage violation on the Ottawa River, believed to be caused by excess hand sanitizer, creating high toxicity. I'm missing that tooth from James. Ongoing with the MOE, monitoring of note CNL does testing 4 times a year. Thank you.
Oh, and thank you for the graphic. What I should make note of, from now on, this Chalk River Stewardship Council report, we'll send it to Development and Property, as is not on our procedural bylaw. So in the interim, if we want to make any changes, we'll pass it through them if that's advisable to council or fair. And so with that, we'll move to the Eastern Ontario Regional Network.
Thank you, Warden. Our meeting is tomorrow, and I don't have ESP, so I can't report on it.
Oh, you're making money. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities.
Thank you, Warden. I apologize. My report was slightly tardy, I guess.
Okay.
But I did tardy. Anyway, I did just highlight some of the work from 2 of the committees, the Standing Committee on Community Safety, Crime Prevention, and Rural Forum. And there were other meetings that I participated in March with FCM in Prince George, BC. You'll see there's a few things with community safety and crime prevention that we discussed, and a lot of the discussion was around auto theft and the issues that's creating. I don't know, I was kind of a deer in the headlights on that one, because I know it does happen, but if you look at some of the major centers, Montreal, Toronto, there are like dozens of cars a day, and it feeds into other activities that are going on. So anyway, it's an issue. Rural Forum, a lot of the discussion at this committee and other committees was really dedicated to the submissions that FCM is making to the federal government for in advance of the budget release, which I believe is going to be a birthday present to me on the 16th of April. And discussions around the ask around the municipal growth framework and the changes on how municipalities potentially get funding. So I'll leave that at this for now, and then next month I'll come back with a couple other committees. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And we'll move next to Roma.
Just to address FCM, take your starter relay out. Find it, pop it out, put it in your pocket, take it in with you. They can't steal your car. There was no Roma meeting in the month of March. Thank you.
Thank you. So should I do that and put it in that starter relay in my pocket and run through the laundry? Will it still work? Okay, that's where one key fob went.
Just a question. What's a starter relay?
It's about the size of an aspirin box. So we'll move to notice of motions. Seeing none, he looks with great panic. Members' written motions, Councillor Lynch, Brownfield Remediation Tax Assistance Program. It was tabled from February 28th council meeting. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Warden. With your indulgence, I'll withdraw that motion.
Oh, okay, just a second.
Yeah, so if I just, for clarification, there is a report that I believe was circulated, Gwen, was it it was circulated to council. So we will require a notice or a motion to withdraw. So it's if what you're suggesting is
yes, a motion to withdraw the
motion to withdraw them, and then you would need a second.
Could I have a seconder, please? And the member from Greater Madawaska. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, council. So. Okay, thank you. And we have a report in the package from Treasurer Burke and also the Manager of Planning, Bruce Howarth. So if one or both of those gentlemen could just speak to it, just for information and in the future.
Thank you, and through you, Warden. So I believe where we left this matter was we were uncertain about our ability to participate in the Town of Arnprior's Community Improvement Plan. And after some consultation and with my colleague, Mr. Howarth, we have determined that we are not eligible due to a criteria inside the Planning Act. And we have investigated the issue, and we have a couple of potential solutions that we would be looking for direction to staff on how to proceed forward. And with that, maybe I could turn it over to Mr. Howarth.
Good afternoon, Mr. Howarth.
Hello, thank you very much. So thank you, and as Treasurer Burke indicated, there are a couple of different options for us to move forward. And I believe this was previously investigated, and now CAO Kelly also looked at this in the past with regards to what's commonly called a regional revitalization program or regional incentive program. So the county by itself doesn't have the ability to participate in a local community improvement plan or give a grant or a loan for that without a couple of steps taking place. So the first one would be an official plan amendment. So through the official plan, we would need to have a specific policy authorizing the county to participate or fund local community improvement plan projects. And that ties together with one of these plans which outlines the policy or what are the important items that the county sees as regionally important and items that we want to participate in. So that could include, for example, what the Town of Arnprior requests for the county to participate in the Brownfield Tax Incentive Program. We also provided an example of what the County of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry have been doing. So they will participate in local community improvement plans by providing some grants or loans, and they will also look at items such as facades, signages, business improvements, and a bunch of support for planning application fees, or also participation in studies. So there's a whole variety of items that the county could participate in, but first we'd have to go through that process of changing the official plan and also putting together a regional that program to say exactly what the county would participate in. And while we were at it, looking at the whole issue of community improvement plan, we thought we'd also share the information with regards to the county's own creation of a CIP. So the county under the Planning Act is prohibited from having a community improvement plan because we're not a prescribed upper tier. And so we saw this as an opportunity to tie this back into the MESA project by understanding that there is a need for affordable housing within the county, and that's a clear objective and desire for us to address. So the Planning Act allows prescribed upper tier municipalities to have a CIP to assist in affordable housing. But again, there's another process for that. So to become a prescribed upper tier municipality, we would have to go to the province and have a change to the regulation to become one of those prescribed municipalities. Then that would allow us to have our own county CIP and participate in that program ourselves. So there's two different steps. So one would be to allow us to participate in the local CIPs, and then the second process would be to approach the province and become prescribed upper tier to have our own CIP for affordable housing only. And as indicated in the report, to my knowledge, there is not another example within the province of Ontario where a county has a CIP or even a regional CIP for affordable housing only. So I know there are, for example, the regions of York and Durham, for example, they have CIPs, but they also deal with other matters that they're allowed to deal with that aren't applicable to the County of Renfrew. So maybe I'll leave it at that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I would suspect at the end of this, we'll recommend to go back to the Development and Property for a more fulsome report. Thank you very much for this because it'll provoke some discussion. So with that, is there any comments or questions you think we should elaborate on and when we get it back to committee? Member from Whitewater?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. When I read the report, I am in support of option C. So if it's going to go down to committee for review and fulsome discussion, my support would be to explore both options at the same time.
Thank you. Member from Amherst Bromley, please.
I'm not sure if you're going to be seeking consensus. I am of a different viewpoint, and the reason for that is that, and I'm not sure where I've seen it, but I believe that I had seen that somewhere that the County of Renfrew is doing what we can to improve housing, and that we are seeing that there is a possibility of, through a community improvement plan, have affordable housing as the key goal of that. If we have not done that, then we are not doing all that we can towards meeting the challenge that confronts us. The reason that I would sever the two is the top issue, well, in the realm, but certainly in Ontario, is housing. And I think that to pursue the value in having a CIP that would be dedicated to affordable housing is probably from my perspective, is of more utmost concern than having a regional approach towards community improvement generally. And I think that probably the second component is going to be more likely to be contested or have more disagreement, whereas with respect to affordable housing, I'm anticipating that that is something that probably all of council can get behind. So my recommendation is to sever them and put much more effort in the near term towards investigating. I think that's option B. Is that correct? Yes, option B.
Okay, thank you. Wasn't looking for consensus, just feeling the room out for Mr. Davis as we move along. So we'll have a yes member from Bolger Valley.
I'm sorry, Warden, I didn't mean to interrupt your train of thought there.
There wasn't a train, trust me.
Slow-moving bus.
Yeah.
Oh, you can tell it's the end of the day. I think my feeling is that this could get extremely messy when we're talking about investing quite a bit of staff time, especially with an OP amendment, with trying to get the MMAH to sign off on a CIP at the county level. I see this as a very long road ahead of us. I think my biggest concern is if we're going down the road of a CIP specifically for affordable housing, that means that any developer that is going to apply is going to have to enter into a very serious agreement with the County of Renfrew that it is going to include a certain percentage of attainable housing. So what the developer might think is affordable and what we might think is attainable might be two very different things. I see this getting extremely messy down the road. You know, what's good for one developer has to be good for another. We would have to have parameters in place. What is our idea of they qualify? Is it 25% of the units? Is it 40% of the units? I see a lot of challenges in front of us if we go down this road, and I would suggest that there are other avenues that developers can use for affordable housing or attainable housing grants. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, seeing no further questions, we'll just let that wander off to development and property. And then, in seriousness, it may be 2 months before it gets back here because it's going to be a fair chunk of research. So I wouldn't anticipate it coming back in April, but later on in the year. Yes, it would definitely show up in time for budget. With that, we'll move to new business. Thank you very much for that, Council. And the member from Brudenell-Lyndoch-Raglan.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues for their understanding and support during my leave of absence. For those of you that aren't aware, I had a brother pass December 20th, a sister on Christmas Eve, placed my mom in palliative care on the 15th of January, and lost her March 6th. Compiled with a few medical issues, it was quite a horrendous time. I'd like to thank you for the support in person, emails, telephone calls, cards. I'm very fortunate to be surrounded by such friends. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there any other, sorry, is there any other new business? I'm sorry, the member from Arnprior. I don't know, I can't seem to see you today. I think it's that very tall member from Head Clare Mariah.
Thank you. Thank you, Warden. I found my tooth. The town of Arnprior tonight at 6 o'clock is doing our transportation master plan. If you're interested in seeing what's going to happen in Arnprior in the future, it's 6 o'clock tonight. Thank you.
The member from North Agona Wilberforce.
Thank you, Warden. And just for everybody's information, this Saturday at the Shaw Woods Education Center, we're working in partnership to put on our annual Easter egg hunt from 1 till 3. Thank you.
Thank you. So they should just look for the little rabbit eggs that are wrapped in foil, right? Got it. Yeah. Thank you. Anything else? So with that, confirmatory bylaw 4924, mover and seconder for a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on March 27, 2024. Member from Deep River, member from Madawaska Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried. Thank you. And a motion to adjourn. I see the member from Horton and the member from Arnprior. So I think we've got everybody in the minutes. All those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried. Thank you, Council.